Hello, welcome back all OWSD members. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. If you're watching this live on Thursday the 11th of November, and to all of those of you around the world who might watch this later, we're having a fantastic conference. We're now in day 4 of a crazy 10-day marathon conference with wonderful keynote speakers and poster sessions and workshops, and we started off on Monday with a fabulous opening ceremony and a look at the OWSD programs, and then we had the executive board who did a handover from the outgoing executive board to the new executive board. And yesterday we had a wonderful session on the theme, sorry, I'm missing Tuesday. On Tuesday we had the theme of OWSD members' responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had a presentation from Professor Quadrio-Corzio on a upcoming journal edition, especially on that subject, with those members being represented in a special chapter after a survey that we did with the OWSD members. And then we had a wonderful panel session with all of the members talking about their own specific experiences of doing research in their countries during the pandemic. Then you all went off to the poster session, and I hope that many of you managed to have live chats with people standing in front of their posters. We're all getting used to this virtual environment where you have to build your avatar and you keep your microphone on and your camera on, and you can chat live with the poster presenters. So that's a wonderful innovation for us here at OWSD. I hope you're enjoying that. And then yesterday we started with our big theme, which was how the basic sciences are relevant to development. And that was introduced by the Director General of CERN, Fabiola Gianotti. We're told that we had over 700 viewers for that particular session. And Fabiola Gianotti generously gave us an hour of her time to talk through all the wonderful activities they do at CERN and the situation also for women physicists. And then we had a panel session, and we also had, we're going to have a poster session on the basic sciences on Monday. And so that brings us to today. So today's theme instead is the applied sciences and their relevance to development. And to discuss this theme, we have a wonderful lineup for you. First and foremost, we have Bina Agarwal, who is an internationally renowned agrarian economist, who is going to give us a live presentation which will look at farming practices around the world and how more cooperative practices might actually be much more effective. And then she'll be in conversation with Dorine Odongo, who's the head of communications at the African Women in Agricultural Research and Development Award. And then we'll have a short break. The whole session will be moderated by Joy Owango, and I'll introduce you to Joy. So Joy is an experienced, award-winning founding director of the Training Center in Communication in Africa, which is based in Nairobi, Kenya. It's the very first African-based training center to teach communication skills to scientists. And we all know how important it is to be able to communicate our science, not just to do the science. Joy has run training sessions also for the OWSD Early Career Fellows, and they really appreciated her great skills and experience. And Joy invited me to be on a panel and present on those programs to students all around the world about PhD scholarships available, and there were over 1,000 participants on that course. So Joy is extremely good at getting audience participation. And we look forward to working much more with Joy and TCC in the future at OWSD. So now I'm going to hand over to Joy.
Thank you, Tonya, for the kind introduction. I'll be taking over today's session, and to begin with, I'd like to introduce Dr. Bina Agarwal. And Dr. Bina Agarwal is a professor of development economics and environment at the Global Development Institute at Manchester. She is globally renowned for her pioneering work on gender inequality in property and land, as well as on environmental and institutional issues. Bina has been the president of the International Society for Ecological Economics, president of the International Association for Feminist Economics, and vice president of the International Economic Association. Her many awards include several book prizes, like the Padmi Shri from the President of India, the Leontief Prize, the Louis Malassis International Scientist Prize, and the International Balzan Prize. Her most recent books are Gender and Green Governance, Gender Challenges, a 3-volume compendium of selected papers, and Gender Inequalities in Developing Economies. Her current research is on cooperation in farming. And what Dr. Bina Agarwal will be talking about will be rethinking the way we farm. Over to you, Dr. Agarwal.
Thank you very much, Joy. It's a real honor to be invited to speak to this amazing assembly of women scientists from across the globe. And I wish I could see them all. So Joy, Dorine Odongo, Tonya Bowers, and all distinguished friends and colleagues, I greet you. And I especially thank Tonya Bowers and the OWSD team for inviting me. So as Joy said, my talk will be on rethinking how we farm. And I just put on my PPT. So I hope you can see my, my slides. Now, across the developing world today, agrarian communities are in a crisis. You have millions of farmers today facing a crisis of non-viable livelihoods and unfulfilled aspirations. Most of the world's about 570 million or more farmers are small and marginal. Over 84% across 111 countries cultivate less than 2 hectares. They produce 1/3 of the world's food, but face serious resource constraints and so produce far below their potential. So the question is, should we continue along old pathways or should we seek new ways forward? And on our choices today will depend our future food security and the livelihoods of millions. Just as in terms of COP26, we are seeing that on the decisions that are being made will depend many things relating to human future. So I will try and spell out the nature of the crisis first and then the potential for change. And I'll use examples both from India and more globally. Now, the challenges that smallholders face today are partly ecological and partly economic. Ecologically, they face rapidly depleting water sources, degrading soils, declining biodiversity, and speeding climate change. Economically, smallholders face serious resource constraints in terms of poor access to land, inputs, access to extension information, new technology, and markets. And they are embedded in this institution of family farming, which in my view has become rather fossilized. Also, so all these factors tend to restrict their productivity. Moreover, an increasing proportion of farm workers are women, as more men than women tend to move to non-farm jobs. In fact, the feminization of agriculture is global, except in the case of Northern Europe, which is more masculinized. And you can see this as you see the upward sloping curves over time, which is a great increasing proportion of women in the agricultural workforce, except in the case of Europe. Now, if you come specifically to Asia and Southeast and East Asia, some 45% to 50% of the workforce is female. But even in South Asia, the figures are very high. So 50%, for instance, in Bangladesh, around 35 to 39% for India. And among smallholders, women farmers are the most resource constrained. So let me elaborate this with some examples. Ecologically, for instance, water is the biggest constraint. Because water is, South Asia actually accounts for 48% of the groundwater used for irrigation globally. And this is depleting rapidly. So if you take India's Punjab, this is the area, it's termed as India's breadbasket. And it is a key example because in many districts of Punjab, the aquifers have run dry. As you can see this red sore here. And this is basically because of overdrawing. So water tables have been falling at around 2.6 feet per year since 2000 because of excessive tube well use. Now we know that groundwater is a common pool resource, but big farmers have used it like it's private property by overdrawing through deep immersion pumps, while small farmers and women in particular are left with very little. Now, there's rather little government regulation. In fact, the provision of free power by the government has created perverse incentives to overdraw. And also it's poorly managed surface water everywhere. Then we have soil degradation, which is another element of the crisis, as you can see in these maps. Now, some 37% of India's geo area suffers from soil degradation. And an important cause is water mismanagement. So if you have poorly managed canal sites, soils suffer from waterlogging and salinity. But there are also other contributors, factors which include excessive use of chemicals and monoculture under the Green Revolution. And looming above all of this is, of course, climate change. There's low and erratic rainfall, there's heat stress, there's droughts and floods, all of which affect seeds. And I'm sure nobody in this audience needs to be reminded of the dire effects of climate change we are seeing globally. Now, the yield effects, there are many calculations on this, but by all the forecasts, yields of the major staples are likely to fall relative to a scenario of no climate change. Now, these are some estimates which were made by the International Food Research Institute in Washington, D.C. And as you can see, they predict a sharply negative effects on major cereals, especially of wheat, but also rice. And on wheat, you can see the worst affected are South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, which I've marked in red. Moreover, there is a strong link between fields, forests, and the commons. So forests and commons provide smallholders with fodder, with green manure, apart from firewood, food items, etc. for daily use. And by one estimate, by TEEB, this is the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, forests and commons provide something like 47% of the GDP of the poor in India. So they've calculated the GDP of the poor because they are more dependent on forests than well-off households. And because forests are a common. And their estimation is, for Brazil, is like there's 89% of the GDP of the poor. These estimates are slightly old, and this dependence would have declined a bit in the past 6, 7, 8 years. Now, given these complementarities, deforestation and declining commons negatively affect particularly indigenous people, small farmers, and women the most. Beyond ecology, economically, as I've already noted, smallholders have poorer access to land, to inputs, to formal credit, and to technology. So if we take land access, women farmers are the worst off. So very few women own land that they cultivate globally. And from this slide, you can see that there are wide gender gaps. You see the middle column across Asia, Africa, and Latin America in terms of the percent of women who own any land. These are rural women. And in India, the figure is 14% by my very recent research on this topic. So given all of this, it's not surprising that many farmers say that they would prefer another job. And a colleague and I analyzed an All India survey that asked 50,000 farmers, do you like farming? and 40% said they did not. The discontented included both the poor farmers with limited resources and the better off ones who had other aspirations. Interestingly, younger farmers were more likely to be dissatisfied than older ones, and women much more than men. So given these challenges, the key question we are faced with is that can we farm differently, sustainably, and gender equitably? My answer is yes, we can if we rethink the way we farm. But we need to rethink this technologically, ecologically, and institutionally. And I will provide you some illustrations of this. So technologically, we know that if we take irrigation, it's key to raising yields, but how we irrigate matters. So in India, for example, the two main sources have been surface irrigation provided especially by large dams and canals, and groundwater via tube wells. Now in 1963, India built the great Bhakra Nangal Dam, and the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, called it the Temple of Resurgent India. Since then, we've continued to build dams. We've built some 5,200 dams, including this, these are two pictures, including this Tehri Dam, which is in a seismological zone. Now, we know that large dams have high environmental as well as high human costs. And dams can also cause serious waterlogging and salinity. Now, in the 1970s, with the Green Revolution, we moved to high extraction, apart from dams, high extraction of groundwater through tube wells, leading to a serious depletion of water tables, as I've already noted. The question is, what is the alternative? The alternative is that we should be conserving water and using it more efficiently through a mix of measures: rainwater harvesting, groundwater regulation, and micro-irrigation. In fact, Asia has a very long tradition of community-managed irrigation systems and rainwater harvesting. So for instance, this is one picture of a step well in South India, and this is a stunning architectural design, as you can see. And there are many step wells across the country. Here's a picture of Subak in Bali, which is now also, this area is a World Heritage Site. And so basically, rainwater catchments provide both surface irrigation and recharge groundwater. And some of these are several hundred years old and are now being revived. But then we can't depend only on the ancient systems. There have been new systems which are being created, which show the potential of rainwater harvesting. And rainwater harvesting has been especially effective in semi-arid regions, as the example of Gujarat, which is a state in Western India, shows. Because we also want to know, well, does it improve productivity? Now, it has had a huge impact in productivity. So between 1999 to 2009, mainly due to irrigation expansion under rainwater harvesting plus BT cotton, we found that Gujarat had an agricultural growth rate of almost 10%. And this is compared to an all India average growth of 3.4%. And in this period, Gujarat built 500,000 microstructures of check dams, bunds, and so on. But we also need to use water more efficiently, and there's a range of measures, of which drip irrigation is particularly important. Apart from re-looking at the cropping pattern and moving away from water guzzling crops. So the question, in fact, in 2004, the government of India had done a study of 13 states and found that micro-irrigation, especially drip irrigation, significantly reduced water use while raising wheat yields by 25% and vegetable yields by 52%. Similarly, we need to rethink crop technology and the associated inputs. Can we move to low chemical, high skill farming and agroecological practices? Now here I've given you some pictures in some of the regions where this is being practiced. There's multi-cropping natural farming in India, there's agroecology in Brazil, there's organic cotton in Africa. But of course, these are not practiced across the country. However, UNEP did a report called Towards Green Economy, where they showed that green farming practices can raise the yields of small farmers in Africa between 54 to 179%. And one can argue that this would also hold for other parts of the developing agrarian world, including India. Of course, we know that in addition, agricultural research and extension is absolutely key to rethinking farming. We need much more research on heat-resistant crops through regional cooperation, and we need to change how we spread agricultural information. So cell phones, as we know, everybody uses their cell phones all the time, and they can in fact be very helpful. So there was a recent article in Science which found that providing agricultural information via cell phones increased the odds of adopting recommended inputs by 22% across several countries, including India. But I now come to the key question. Is rethinking the way we farm only about technology and agronomy? What about the problem of small farm size? Indeed, many technologies can't even be used with the slivers of land or fragmented plots. So how can we increase farm size? Is there an institutional solution? Is there a way forward? Can small farmers become larger producers? And I believe it is possible if small farmers cooperate, which means that we need institutional change. Now, we know that globally, 98% of farming is done by family farms, big or small. But given the noted constraints that small farmers face, we need alternative models. And cooperation between small peasants could provide such a model. But we know that the word cooperation is used quite casually, and we need to be more precise. And I want to share my thinking on this. I believe cooperation can be done at many levels. So cooperation in farming, for instance, can range from what I call single-purpose cooperation to multi-purpose to fully integrated. Now, globally, we find that single-purpose cooperation is especially found in marketing and service cooperatives, and that's quite common, especially in the dairy industry. So I've given you a picture here of Amul Dairy, which was set up many long years ago. It has 3.6 million members, mostly poor female animal owners. But in between, we have multi-purpose cooperation, which could mean that you could be buying large machines which individuals can't afford and sharing the costs and use, or crop planning across ecological zones. And here is an example of an NGO in India called Pradhan, which is doing precisely that kind of coordination. But the most benefits, in my view, will lie in fully integrated cooperation, where farmers pool land, labor, and capital and share all costs and benefits. And this is what I term group farming. So pooling resources for group farming can make small owners medium-sized producers. Now, I do want to emphasize that this is not the socialist model of collectives, which were implemented top-down, often coercively. The farms were very large, and farmers were often mere workers with very little say in decision-making. And collectivization, we know today, had major negative effects on production and human welfare. The group farms I'm going to talk about, as I have defined it, are also distinct from the 1960s experience in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, when cooperative farming was promoted as part of agrarian reform. Now, that experiment also largely failed, most people recognize, because most cooperatives were promoted top-down. They were often required large and small farmers to form the same group, be part of the same group, without recognizing their conflicting interests. What I am talking about, however, is voluntary cooperation among small groups of farmers who are economically alike, but could be socially diverse, and who know each other as friends and neighbors, so that cooperation can be built on trust. Now, potentially, this kind of group farming can have many advantages. It could help smallholders cultivate larger plots and bring economies of scale. They could share labor and including hired labor, and save on hired labor as well. They could get better access to credit, inputs, and information. They would have a higher pool of skills. and greater bargaining power with governments and markets than they would have as individuals. Plus, they would have better adaptation to climate change. In addition, for women farmers, it would help them overcome social norms. So, in many parts of the world, especially in South Asia, you find that women's mobility and autonomy is limited. But if they work in groups, it could increase their mobility and autonomy and also give them recognition as farmers in their own right. So, you'll say, well, all this is good in theory, but what about practice? Can these potential gains be realized in practice? And my answer is yes. I say this based on some 12 years of research into group farming that I have done in Asia and Europe. And in India alone, we have many examples from several regions. But in terms of scale and sustainability, the most notable example comes from Kerala, and I'll share that with you. And here we have 68,000 all women's group farms involving more than 300,000 women farmers across all 14 of Kerala's districts. And this provides a good illustration. I want to call your attention to this picture, which is women in a group farm who are operating a power tiller, and they're standing up, unlike when you see a lot of women in rice fields when they're bending double in back-breaking work. So here's technology to women's aid. Now, the Kerala group farming project began in the 2000s. The idea came from some village women, but the governance structure was carefully crafted by bureaucrats and civil society. Now, in this model, initially rural women join neighborhood groups for savings and credit. Then, if they wish, they can come together, pool their resources in small numbers to form group farms. They lease in land from within the group or from other landowners. And they share all inputs and costs and pool their labor as well as their profits and losses if it so happens. Now, once they are formed, the groups receive a startup grant and technical training from the government, and they can access subsidized bank credit. Now, this reduces a gender disadvantage to some extent, but not entirely. Because one major disadvantage, of course, remains that these women depend on leased-in land in greater part, which is different and it's quite difficult to obtain a single plot contiguously. Despite this constraint, how do they perform? So I wanted to test this. And I wanted to see if group farms could economically outperform individual family farms. And so I collected data over 2012 to 14. It was a primary survey for a sample of 69 group farms and 181 individual family farms in 2 districts of Kerala. And we collected weekly data for every input and output over a period of 12 months. Now, the group farms were all women, while 95% of the individual family farms to which we compared them were male managed. The average size of the group were about 6 women. All of them were literate, and many had completed secondary school. What's interesting is that they were, although most of them were economically disadvantaged, there was social heterogeneity, which widened the group's social networks. And often collective action theory argues that homogeneity is essential for successful cooperation. But in fact, here heterogeneity helped. It widened the group's social networks, which helped them to obtain land more easily. So what did they find? I have several papers listed here if anybody is interested in following through. But very broadly, in terms of parts of my result, I found that these groups did strikingly better than individual family farms. Now, in this table shows that the mean value of output per hectare for groups was almost 1.8 times that of individual farms. And I also ran a regression analysis, as economists do, and found that the differences were statistically significant after controlling for all the inputs. The groups also performed especially well in niche products like particular categories of banana, because they entered into contracts. And groups can deliver better on contracts than individual family farms. And then I computed net returns by deducting the value of purchased inputs from total value of output. And the net returns of these groups, there are some results here, was 1.5 times higher per hectare than that of individual farms. And they were 5 times higher on a per farm basis. So what these returns did was that each of these women gave them significant additions to the family income, because they also were working on family farms. There were also other benefits. So the women have developed, you find, strong identity as farmers. They become very familiar with economic institutions, banks, agencies that provide inputs, technical information, and markets. And many women have used what they have learned in the group farming process also for their individual family farms. And then they all report that they are much more respected by their families as well as their communities. And notably, many of them are now politically active as well. They're standing for local elections in the village council, and large numbers are winning. I also want to point out that under COVID-19, 87% of the 30,000 groups that are harvesting in March of 2020, which is last year, survived economically, including vegetable farmers, whereas individual farmers lost most of their produce due to lack of harvest labor and market access. So, of course, Kerala provides the most successful example of group farming in India, but we find that you also find it's spreading in smaller numbers in several other parts of the country, in East and West India. Some of these groups are all women groups, but others are mixed gender, and there are even all male groups. Now, in Eastern India, forming these collectives has enabled these farmers to negotiate lower rents from landlords, and also to get higher output. And women have learned new technical skills. And under COVID, as with Kerala, so in these other regions, the members of the group farms report that they were much more food secure than during the lockdown last year than if they had farmed individually. So, okay, these are examples where you have group farming in villages. How do you scale it up? So I believe scaling up is possible if groups of farmers collectives come together to form federations. Now, federation is a structure which many of you would be familiar with, and those could be done for specific needs, not for everyday needs, but specific needs like marketing. Now, before I conclude, I want to share one more element of rethinking farming, which is the question of forests. How do the importance of restoring the relationships between fields and forests. So just as group farming needs cooperation among individuals, so protecting forests requires cooperation within communities. In the 1990s, India and Nepal launched community forest management, under which degraded forest land was given over by the government to communities, local communities to manage. And in 10 years, when I looked at this between 1990 to 2001, India's forest cover, which was declining rapidly, increased by 3.6 million hectares. And this improvement was much greater among tribal communities and where women played a role. So in fact, in my book, Gender and Green Governance, I empirically assessed the impact of including women in forest governance on conservation outcomes based on a primary survey I did in India and Nepal. And what was important is that I measured critical mass. Is there a point at which it becomes more effective? And I found that groups with a critical mass of 25 to 33% women, and especially landless women, were significantly more likely to improve their forest condition than groups with only or mainly men. And those who want to dip into the book will find that those results are detailed there. What is interesting is that groups which had more landless and poor women did even better. Now, you would want to know why is it, and there were two kinds of factors. One was that women, bringing in women hugely improved protection, because they also formed patrol groups. In this picture, you'll see a women's patrol group in Eastern India, but also that they brought in their specific knowledge of local ecology. So whether we consider group farming or community forestry, these empirical examples show that institutional innovations based on cooperation could prove key to reviving agriculture. And collectives more generally can reduce the effects of state failure or market failure for the disadvantaged. So to conclude, in rethinking the way we farm, I think we need to rethink how we produce, what we produce, and the institutions within which we produce. We have an opportunity to tread an alternative path to agrarian change, one which is equitable and inclusive, ecologically sustainable, institutionally innovative, and attractive to women and youth. And this picture, by the way, is of a French woman farmer painted by Jules Breton, which you might recognize. So cooperation, community, and conservation would be the three important principles on which to build this farming future, to build back better. And it will hopefully also lead to happier farmers. And this is a picture from another field site of mine on Telangana. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bina Agarwal, and it's amazing the kind of work you're doing, especially in South Asia, and this is really important, especially when you're looking at engendering the whole farming process. So thank you so much, and also engendering the economic process for women who are involved in farming. Now, what we're going to do is have a conversation or an interview between you, Dr. Agarwal, and Ms. Dorine Odongo. And Ms. Dorine Odongo is the head of communications at the African Women in Agricultural Research and Development, or famously known as the Award Program. And she is a Kenyan based in Nairobi, and she holds a bachelor's degree in biological sciences and a master's degree in agricultural information and communication management from the University of Nairobi. Dorine is now the head of communications at the Award Program, an extremely impressive and effective organization that works towards inclusive agriculture-driven prosperity for Africa by strengthening the production and dissemination of more gender-responsive agricultural research and innovation. Award invests in African scientists, research institutions, and agribusinesses so that they can deliver agricultural innovations that better respond to the needs and priorities of a diversity of women and men across Africa's agricultural value chains. Dorine started her career as an agricultural researcher, designing and implementing research projects, investigating farmers' adoption of technologies, and later studied the trends and status of research uptake and commercialization in Kenya and the place of open science in Kenyan knowledge systems. Dorine's experience spans more than 23 African countries. She has led development initiatives targeting partnership development, public policy, integrated communication, resource mobilization, thought leadership in chain natural resource management, and gender-responsive agriculture. She is the ideal person to have a conversation with Dr. Agarwal. And I'm very pleased to also note that Ms. Dorine Odongo is a former trainee of the Training Center in Communication, having taken part in some of our scholarly communication programs and science communication programs. So over to you, Dorine.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that introduction. Indeed, I'm a TCC alumnus. I'm very proud one for that. So I'm excited to be here today, and thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. And I'm happy to have this conversation with you today. And you've talked of some encouraging success stories of group farming in different areas. Are there contexts or instances where it has been less successful economically?
Well, thank you. Firstly, it's a great honor to be having a conversation with you, with your vast experience. So thanks for that question. There is, in another state of India, also in South India, there's Telangana, where also I did equally intensive research, and I got mixed results. So here, women's group farms, relative to the largely male-managed family farms, had lower productivity per hectare, but they had around the same net returns, since they saved on hired labor. Now, there are several reasons why Telangana did less well than Kerala. For instance, they got much less state support. They got support only initially. The groups were very large. There were 22 members per group, which reduced the per capita returns, and also it makes coordination much more difficult. And they were all largely scheduled caste, disadvantaged caste, socially disadvantaged caste groups. So they had a narrower social network base, and therefore much more difficult to get access to leased in land. But what's important is that if you compare Kerala and Telangana, it is a useful guide to tell us what to do and what not to do. So for success, you would need state support to level the playing field for women. And the groups should certainly be small, say at most 10 members, and also socially heterogeneous. So there are many other lessons that this comparison that I draw upon. And if you look at some of the other states, which were some of them were in Eastern India, were influenced by my writings, and they built collectives which were much smaller in size, and took care of some of the difficulties that were faced in the Telangana case.
So I'm hearing that the size of the groups, the social context of the group members, as well as who is steering and leading these groups is very crucial for the successes of the groups. And I'm wondering, based on your experience or from your understanding, are women more cooperative than men?
Well, it's a key question, isn't it? If you take classroom experiments by social scientists, where they, the whole growing field in economics, you find the results are mixed. In some experiments, it's found that women are more cooperative, and in others that there's no gender difference. But if you take field experience from developing countries, then women do appear to be more cooperative than men. So, for instance, I'll give you one example which people would be familiar with. In Bangladesh, the Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, you remember he began his Grameen Bank initiative in the 70s, and that involved small groups. And initially, they were poor. Both men and women formed groups for savings and credit. But over time, you find that the male groups broke up and women's groups continued. So today we have something like 96% of the groups are women's groups. And you find the same with self-help groups. So it does beg the question, doesn't it, that why do women's groups survive and continue? Now, my understanding is that basically women cooperate better, not because they're more altruistic necessarily, but they're much more codependent on each other. So during my field work, I did ask some of the village women this question, and they said, look, women have to resolve their conflicts quite quickly, because tomorrow I have to go fetch water with her, or I may need to borrow something from her, or who will I go to the market with? So this kind of codependence actually produces, is also an element in cooperation, apart from the fact that it creates much more trust and reciprocity.
Indeed. Interesting lessons there that men can borrow, or other groups of, other farmers who would wish to engage in group farming, or anybody who would wish to, introduce this particular, I can call it technology for improving productivity of farmers elsewhere. And
yeah, absolutely, Dorine, because, there are men's groups who are seeing the success of women's groups, and they are now forming groups as well, even in Kerala.
Great to hear that. Yeah, great to hear that. And now, Prof, I'd like us to shift a little bit and talk about your intellectual interests, which is really, you have wide-ranging intellectual interests. And, I'm wondering, how did you come to choose economics as a discipline? And how do you reconcile your other interests with the present-day economics?
Well, these are very interesting questions. I love both science and arts. So I studied physics, chemistry, math, and English literature in school. And I love both physics and English literature. And then I won the All India National Science Talent Scholarship when I was 15. But on my father's advice, persuaded me to choose economics in college. So he said, look, economics can cover both your interests. It is scientific, and you can also tell a good story. So I took up economics. And then I did the economics tripos at the University of Cambridge, and we were only 10 women in a class of 150. at that point. Now it's more gender equal. And after Cambridge, I had a scholarship to go to Oxford, but I returned to India because I simply wanted to reflect, do I want to be an academic, or do I want to do research or not? And after a year of doing another job, I felt that this is what I wanted to do. So I entered a PhD program. Although I've spent most of my professional life in India, especially at the Institute of Economic Growth, I've also spent time in other universities, at Harvard, where I taught. But I want to mention this because, a field of one's own, which I largely researched at Harvard, is very interdisciplinary. And it's full of interesting stories from anthropological literature. And it has many chapters on inheritance law. So given my interests, I was able to pursue this. As I said, it's both scientific, as my dad said, and also you can tell a good story. But the mixing of anthropology, of economics and law, apart from agronomy, makes for a very rich understanding of problems which require interdisciplinarity. Now, economics has changed since my undergraduate days. Of course, then it was less dominated by quantitative techniques and methods. And it was much more open to mixed methods and to other social sciences. So I have followed mixed methods approach in my work, doing both quantitative and qualitative analysis, and both doing using existing large data sets as well as field research. Now, it has worked for me, and I hope that younger people would also follow their passions to combine different disciplines, as many people in this assembly, I'm sure, would also recognize.
Thank you, Prof. I like your father's recommendation on how economics gave you a broader, access to many more opportunities, so that then you are not constricted. And indeed, I'm sure there are many people like me who really admire your stellar career, and they're learning how they can navigate their career paths even as they seek to grow in their career. I'd like to turn to the audience who have been asking a couple of questions. And we'll start with a question from Ruth Gadze. Ruth says that she thinks that farming should be made more attractive for the youth, considering it's normally considered as an old people profession. Well, it's more of a comment, Ruth. I'm wondering if you wanted to ask how we can make it more attractive for the youth. Yeah, so that's one comment from the audience, Prof. I'll read the next one. And there's a question here from Mabel on WOOC. My question is in some parts of West Africa where land fragmentation due to the traditional land tenure system is really strong and the farms are far apart with each other, how can group farming work in this context? Excellent question for you there. Would you like to take those two before I go to the next question?
I was just trying to get a handle on the second question. There's land fragmentation, you're saying?
Yes. So the traditional land tenure system encourages land fragmentation, and so the farms are far apart from each other. How can group farming work in this context?
Okay, thank you. So let me on the first thing, it is true that youth are attracted to cities, and you've had out migration from cities, especially young men, not necessarily all the young women. But I think it also has to do with the nature of farming. It was often, people think of farming as very labor intensive, you don't want to dirty your hands. It doesn't involve high tech. But now what you're finding is that actually there's a lot of use of new technology. There's artificial intelligence being used in farming. So I believe that as it becomes much more technically sophisticated youth. There'll be younger people who will want to choose farming rather than being forced to stay in farms simply because there are no alternative jobs in the non-farm sector. The second is that what is interesting from some of the fieldwork and examples I had in Eastern India, that the youth groups were very happy, much happier to, if they were working in groups, they were much more willing to do farming. Because they felt that they could bring in a range of skills, they enjoyed it much more. If you look at Europe, there are many examples. I mean, I've written on Romania and France and so on as well on group farming. And you find that in many cases, younger people are taking on the farms of their parents. So we need to better understand the conditions under which the youth are willing to stay on. And we need to talk to them more to say, look, what is it that bothers you about farming, and what do you think are the positives? And with Build Back Better, I think we are also reassessing our entire relationship with cities and the difficulties of finding jobs in cities. You're certainly finding them in South Asia and in India, that more people are staying back. The question from Africa is very interesting because, interestingly, I found very few examples of group farming. I did look at the literature and I talked to colleagues in Latin America as well and in Africa. Most of my examples were from Asia and Europe. But I think land fragmentation is precisely the context in which group farming could help, because if you have a group of farmers whose lands are contiguous but fragmented, you can cooperate together to reduce the disadvantages of fragmentation. So I'll give you some examples that I have actually found in my fieldwork at a lower level of cooperation. So, for instance, I was doing some interviewing in Rajasthan in India a decade or more ago, and I talked to this farmer and I said, "How much land do you have?" And he said, "Well, I've got about an acre." And I said, "How many fragments do you have?" He said, "I have 3 fragments." I said, "But it's all irrigated. How did you manage that?" He said, "I formed 3 groups. So farmers in 3 parts of the village have come together to invest in tube wells. So I own 1/8 of a tube well overall. But because I collaborated with others, I was able to irrigate all the plots." So this is one way to go, which is that you do localized collaboration where your plots are. The other way to go is the example of Eastern India, where when you introduced the International Water Management Institute introduced irrigation technology and drip irrigation, it was only possible to do a few with contiguous plots. And so the farmers were brought together. The farmers who had fields next to each other actually are now doing group farming. And they're quite successful. This paper of mine in the Journal of Agrarian Change with 5 other colleagues will give you much more information on the different kinds of models, but they're all in various ways coming together. So there are ways of dealing with fragmentation, and perhaps the experience of South Asia might be useful also for the African context.
Thank you for your response. I'm hearing that actually fragmentation, group farming is an opportunity to optimize production for farmers with smaller pieces of land who are, fragmented and spread across certain areas. And then
Exactly.
I'm very happy to hear you talk about how we can engage the youth more, and that some of them are actually seeing the advantage of cooperating and working together and trying out group farming with successes. And I think what I'm also hearing is that we need to be very intentional in engaging the youth and listening to them, just getting to hear from them what are their pain points, and of course thinking about the narratives, how we are, for example, documenting the successes of group farming in Kerala and other areas so that they're able to see that it's possible. Thank you, Prof. I will turn back to the audience. There's a question from Veronica from Kenya, Veronica Okello from Kenya. She's saying, in Kenya, in particular, agriculture-related programs have continued to get fewer or attract fewer number of students. How is the situation in India? That's a question from Veronica. She's asking.
Well, here you're talking about university programs in agriculture. I'm afraid I don't have a very good sense of how many students are professionally studying agriculture, because there are only specialized universities which provide you training. Agricultural universities are not as many as social science universities, as we know. And people who are actually going to come into agricultural colleges would, of course, then have the professional skills. But what I found interesting, I can't answer your specific question, but what I found interesting was that in Brazil, and I was I had gone there during the last Rio conference, and traveled with some agricultural students, senior students, to look at agroecology in Minas Gerais. And what was very interesting is that they were helping farmers with bringing in new, innovative, simple, not very expensive technology to help them move towards agroecology. So I think the issue of agriculture and youth is not just about being a farmer, but it is also about, do you see yourself as an expert in agriculture who can then provide training and information to farmers? So perhaps we need to think of agriculture in a broader sense of potential for jobs, which are both there for farmers but also for experts. And different forms of extension mechanisms. I mentioned, for instance, cell phones, the use of cell phones, and how do you innovatively use those for disseminating knowledge. So the youth might have many more opportunities than their parents had, let's say, 20 years ago in rural jobs.
It's encouraging to hear that there are actually many more opportunities for the youth today than there were in the past. And Prof, as we get to the tail end of our conversation, I have one more question here from Omowumi. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, from Nigeria. And she's Omowumi says that in farming, women's inclusion is important, but how can they be convinced to participate in mechanized farming, particularly in the Nigerian context?
Well, I'm afraid I can't specifically talk about the Nigerian context, but if you look at other regions, in South Asia, for instance, I gave you that example, women are very willing to learn and use new technology. The real barrier has been that the extension services and did not recognize them as farmers. So if you don't recognize women as farmers, then you're not going to disseminate information and give them the training. And there is quite a lot of literature on Africa, including Nigeria, which shows that there have been long-standing biases in training programs, in rural training programs, in extension services. In fact, there was a time many long years ago when there was research which showed that even when the husband was not a farmer, he would be given the extension information, including about technology, that he would pass it on to his wife rather than doing it directly. And there was a paper I read by Cheryl Doss, for instance, who writes a lot on farming in Africa, which showed that if you did the crop cutting experiments in women's farmers' fields, they're much more likely to adopt than if you do it in other fields. So I think I would be optimistic and really look at the constraints to women adopting rather than the issue of them being unwilling to adopt.
That is a very good point to end it at, Prof. Looking at the constraints that, what is it that is impeding the women? A lot of times we are very quick to recommend solutions that, will fix the women without fully understanding, what is the context, why is it that they're not adopting the technologies. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute honor having this conversation with you. Thank you to Joy for moderating our session, and I'll hand over back to Joy now.
Thank you so much, Dorine. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doreen and Dr. Agarwal. And it's quite interesting that the engendering process in agriculture has led to some of the challenges, has had some challenges, because we do not see some of the things the women go through. You know, they have to, in some countries, they still have to get consent from their partners. So what you're bringing to fore is very important. And it cannot be taken lightly. And it's also good to see that it's not a problem that you're only seeing in sub-Saharan Africa, but it's something that is very common in the global south. And it's a very strong connection to what we are going to talk about in our session from 3:30. And we are going to have panelists from Kenya, Nepal, India, and Nigeria. And we are going to look at how your research is changing lives, and what difference does it make in your community and with the society and the target audiences that you're working with. So this has really been a nice connection to our next session. And I thank you so much, Dr. Agarwal, for taking time to join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Tonya. And thank you, everybody who's been, given, listened to me and given such excellent comments. Right. So I'll say namaste from India.
Namaste. Okay. So next session begins at 3:30 p.m. and we will be, our session will have speakers from Kenya, Nigeria, India, and Nepal. And the session will be focusing on changing lives and how research makes a difference in the work that we're doing. So I look forward to seeing you at 3:30 p.m. Take a coffee break, take a tea break, and see you at 3:30 p.m. European time, 5:30 p.m. East African time. See you then. Welcome everybody to our next session, and we have an exciting panel of speakers who are joining us from Kenya, India, Nepal, and South Africa. And today's session, this afternoon's session, is on changing lives, research that makes a difference. And our speakers today, rather our panelists today, are Dr. Chao Mbogo from Kenya. She is a professor of computer science and the dean of School of Science and Technology at the Kenya Methodist University. And she's also the founder and lead of KamiLimu. And in 2020, she won the OWSD-Elsevier Foundation award, making her the first Kenyan to win that award. And we also have Dr. Prativa Pandey from Nepal. She is a research fellow at Research Institute for Bioscience and Biotechnology. She is the founder and CEO of Catalyst Technology and 2019 OWSD Ali Career Fellow. And our third speaker is Dr. Atya Kapley from India. She is a principal scientist at the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute in Nagpur, and she is the OWSD Vice President of the Asia Pacific region. And our final panelist is Professor Olubukola Babalola. She's from Nigeria, but she is based in South Africa, and she is the current Vice President of OWSD for the Africa chapter. And she's also the director of food security and safety niche. She's a director for food security and safety niche area, and principal investigator in the microbiotechnology group in the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences in the Northwest University in South Africa. Welcome, ladies. So today we are going to talk about how your research makes a difference, how it's changing lives. And we are going to set the scene. And as you're setting the scene, I'll give each of you 5 minutes, beginning with Dr. Chao Mbogo, and you need to tell us about your research and how it has a relation to development.
Okay, thank you so much, Joy. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Great. I've already been introduced. So I live in Nairobi, Kenya, and my research is in 2 areas, almost related, but also not so related. So my first side of research is in computer programming, and this is a continuation from the research I started when pursuing my PhD, which is in understanding how do we enable students who have only mobile phones or who have access to mobile phones alone to use those devices to learn computer programming. And so looking at redesigning interfaces that can enable learners of computer programming in resource-constrained environments to be able to use those devices for such a practical subject. So that's one side. Outside the classroom, as you heard, I'm the founder of a mentorship program, and that has given me a very unique vantage point of combining my research skills with running a mentorship program, because I thought about instead of simply running a mentorship program, why can't we also investigate the impact of the mentorship program? Is it nurturing employability? Is it nurturing innovation? And from that, since I'm really immersed already in that particular space of mentorship, it's more or less a longitudinal study, and so we are constantly looking at what is the impact of this structured mentorship program in employability, innovation, academic performance, and so forth. And so far, we've published about 3 papers on the same. So those are the 2 areas that I am really interested in and that I foresee myself continuing for the foreseeable future. And how that translates then to development is, on one side, if you think of education for students in resource-constrained environments. And resource-constrained here does not necessarily mean that someone does not have a laptop, but it could be that they're in situations where the only device they have access to is a mobile phone and they need to study. And so phones were not designed to for subjects such as computer programming or even maths, for example, because you have to learn by doing. And so looking at how to redesign such devices in order to support learners to be able to practically learn those subjects is very important in enabling us to reach more learners who may not necessarily have their laptop, their PC, or who may even have only shared resources, and so they can't always have access to computers and laptops, but they still need to learn. And so it fosters development in being inclusive and allowing access to coding skills for pretty much everyone with a mobile phone. Then on the other side of mentorship, where in addition to running a structured mentorship program, I'm also using my research skills to understand its impact. It's really helping us really understand how can we complement classroom learning with something as very personal and also very important as mentorship, and actually have impact. Because it is one thing to say that you are a mentor, it is another to say how do you know that you actually have mentored someone. So really taking the time to understand what are the metrics behind effective mentorship, and how do we continue structuring a program or programs that are very, very instrumental in enabling tech students to succeed, not just in coding or technical skills, but in personal development, in innovation, which I'll talk about later, in scholarship writing, in community engagement, and being able to measure the impact of that and eventually publishing it. That way, other people can be able to ride on that framework and create their own impactful programs.
Thank you so much. Dr. Prativa Pandey, could you please share with me about your research and what relation it has to development?
Thank you very much, Joy, for the question. That's a very good question. First, I'll tell a little bit about the kind of research I'm doing right now through OWSD Fellowship. So right now, my OWSD project mainly focuses on the value addition of citrus fruits as waste, especially the peels from lime and orange, for investigation purposes, to see how we can value add using green techniques, both extraction and fermentation techniques, to extract highly valuable bioactives from them, and how we can use them in cosmetics, nutraceutical, and pharmaceutical industries. And the tail end of my project also proposes that we're going to scale up part of the research so that we can actually see the real impact on the ground. This project was actually, this idea came about because of the problem I saw in the ecosystem after returning to Nepal, that there was huge fruits, plants, and valuable plants waste in Nepal, and the ecosystem was not ready to add value in it, and there were very few practices that could do that. And the cosmetic industry, pharmaceutical industry, nutraceutical industry are in a very prominent stage here, if any. So I saw huge opportunity in it while going to different parts of Nepal, working for the government to do some feasibility studies and research on medicinal and aromatic plants of Nepal. And I saw that one of the low-hanging fruits was to actually see how we can add value to citrus fruits, which is one of the huge waste in Nepal. And we can find this in different regions of Nepal. And what is unique about this is Nepal has various geographical diversity, and it exists in like flatland and then hilly and then mountainous region. And so we're also looking at how the elevation has impact on the type of bioactives and secondary metabolites we find in them. And so scientifically, I find it very interesting as a researcher, but also as a science entrepreneur, I find it very interesting because I could now see my research going into the ground and supporting not just the scientific community, but also people at the ground level whom I have been communicating, like farmers, farmer cooperatives, and then also like fruit vendors. And a lot of waste is not just after consumption, it's also because of lack of good transportation and lack of access to market. A lot of it actually goes bad and the farmers have to throw their produce. So I look at doing something like that. And it's not just in Nepal, but all over the world, food waste and citrus fruit waste is a huge problem. And the findings that we can have from this research can also support value addition of not just citrus fruits, but also other fruits, not just in Nepal, but elsewhere in countries with similar resources and geographical limitations, especially. So that's how I see the linkage of my research with development.
Okay, thank you so much, Pandey. Prativa. Dr. Atya Kaple, could you please share with us your views on how research has a strong relation to development?
Yes, thank you, Joy. I was really happy to hear the first two, very young ladies and their research work. And, their passion for their work can be really seen in their talk. I work in the area of environmental remediation, so it actually touches everybody's lives in some way or the other. I deal mostly with rejuvenating degraded land and treating wastewater, so especially domestic wastewater. So most of the developing countries, they do not have the capacity to treat domestic or any wastewater, and it just flows down and joins the nearest water body. It could be a river, it could be a lake, it could be anything. And then what happens is you're polluting your precious freshwater reserves. And water, potable water especially, is becoming such a rare commodity with many regions in India at least. You do not get it on a daily basis, not on 24/7 like you get it in the, say, the Western world. So my aim is to use the wastewater as a resource, to treat it and to use it in agriculture and industry, so that the load on potable water is diminished. So basically, environment management touches everybody's life in every aspect of the way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atya. Professor Babalola, could you kindly share with us how your research has a relation to development?
Thank you, Joy, for calling on me. First, I have to tell you what my research is about. Because I'm not being postdoc, so my research group interest is how to understand the plant-soil microbe interactions. And by soil microbe interactions, I'm talking in terms of the health of the plants. I'm talking in terms of investigating the below ground and the above ground effects that the plant is experiencing in terms of, say, stress tolerance, which in terms of salinity, in terms of droughts, in terms of the effect of chemicals that we use in form of fertilizer. So that's my research group interest. And you always find keywords associated with my research in terms of climate change, stress, plant growth promoting microorganism, rhizosphere, next generation sequencing. Now, the impact of the research, if I've just talked about the fertilizer aspect alone, because we in the lab are generating biofertilizers, and the biofertilizers are much better in helping to reduce the negative consequences that accrues from using chemical fertilizer. The biofertilizer are eco-friendly. So when we are making it in the lab and extending it to farmer or using it in cottage industry, we are indirectly helping the environment. That is, we are working towards a sustainable agricultural system. And this biofertilizer, I must tell you, they come from nature. So they are not chemicals. It's like taking from nature, multiplying what is there in nature and returning it to nature. That's exactly what we do. So we are trying to replace chemical fertilizer, because the chemical fertilizer will cause greenhouse gas effect, it causes global warming and environmental pollution. These are the things we are clamoring against. We don't want them. So we are using biofertilizer to promote sustainable agriculture. And nowadays we talk about Sustainable Development Goal. My research has impact in terms of the number 2 development goal.
Thank you so much, Professor Babalola. Now, ladies, please put on all your videos because I'll be interacting with all of you as we ask the subsequent questions. And feel free to contribute to any of the questions if you feel it is also directed to you. Okay, so now, this is a general question to all of you. Is there a difference, a particular difference between applied and basic science? Please share with us your views. Put on your unmute. Ladies, please unmute. Anybody can answer. This is a general question to all of you.
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
So,
Babalola, would you like to start? Or okay, Babalola, you may begin, and then Atia, you can follow.
Thank you. You may want to first say what is basic research and what is applied research before you start talking about the difference that exists between them, because the basic research is the one that attempts to increase the knowledge base of pre-existing scientific field, whereas the applied research is now employing that knowledge base in solving real life problems. So you will find basic research in terms of, say, you're studying to see if gender stereotype is going to lead to depression. That's the basic one. Or you do something like how to treat patients with insomnia. That's an applied one. And the applied one can also come in form of evaluation or research and development, or even action research.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Atia, would you like to add?
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do agree a lot with Babalola. But see, technically, their definitions are both different. But actually, in practice, you cannot have applied research without first going through the basic research. So, your basic research of today is the applied research for tomorrow. So, that's my take on this.
Thanks. I like the way you've broken it down, because we tend to conveniently forget that they need each other. There's always a strong bias towards applied research, but with a slight convenience that the applied research was a result of basic research.
Some basics. So today's basic research will be the applied research for tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Chao and Dr. Prativa, would you like to add
sure.
comments to that? Yes.
I was thinking the same. Like, I agree with both our speakers. I just was thinking of example of the COVID that we're going through right now. I think a lot of it is based on the basic fundamental research that was built on over time, and COVID just accelerated that basic and fundamental into something that came as a practical solution to a problem that we saw starting from 2019 and still going on, and then how basic research works as a foundation for applied science. I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Chao?
I think in addition to everything, instead of repeating, is I want to say that especially in computer science, I feel or I strongly hold the view that applied research has to be multidisciplinary. Otherwise, it is very hard to do great applied research if you don't combine skills and techniques from other fields to make, for example, computer science or tech even better.
Absolutely. And this actually applies to all areas of research. If you're looking at it from an applied perspective, we really need to look at it from a multidisciplinary or a transdisciplinary perspective so that it is relevant to the various audiences that we are targeting. And this leads to the next question, bearing in mind that all of us in this panel are involved, are conducting applied research. So why is it important that your research receives funding and recognition in developing countries? So look at your work and tell us, why is it necessary that it receives funding and recognition in developing countries?
Yeah, so thank you.
It's confusing.
Dr. Atia, let Dr. Atia begin. Yes. Yes, Dr. Atia.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes.
So it gets confusing. It's better when you take names. Okay.
That's okay.
So why is it important that your research gets funded? You know, first and foremost, you cannot do research without any funding. It's absolutely impossible. You need all the ingredients to do your research. You need a space, you need equipment, and besides all of that, if you want to make something new, you know, even if your, say, institute is funding you, and you want to make something new, you want to take it out to the society. So from lab scale into a community scale, you know, the level has already changed. And you could even go wrong, you know, not everything that a scientist tries to bring to the society works. So to cover that, you need to have some funding, because unless there is a backup, no scientist will be able to carry forward their work and actually make it useful to the society. So you need a funding, you need a backup that says, you know, okay, go ahead, this is what your country needs at this point of time. So the, it is essentially important to
Okay.
have some backup.
Thank you so much. Professor Babalola, maybe you could answer the second part. Why do you think your research deserves or needs recognition in developing countries?
Thank you. A research that is based on farming, that is based on agriculture, whether developing or in developing, needs attention, because when your tummy is empty, when you are hungry, then you are not able to do anything else. So you find that work that is related to food, work that is related to putting having food security is paramount to receiving recognition that it, and we in the developing country a lot depend on aids. But if we ourselves and can do great research to solve this problem, in fact, some of those things that we are sending abroad in form of crude products or raw products, should we add value to them ourselves, they will give us more income, and indirectly national development is what I'm talking about. So recognition to agric related issues like the work that I'm doing about food security cannot be overestimated.
Thank you so much. And it leads to a direct question to Dr. Chao. How can research contribute to successful innovations in the industry? And it will also be relevant to you, Dr. Pandey, as well.
So first, I just need to add a quote that I've thought about when it comes to funding, that funding makes risk possible, or risk possible. And I think it's great to be able to take risks when you're doing research. So to your question, Joy, I've read an article before, and I really like a quote out of it, and it says that if tech tools were viewed as technology's gift to research before, research is now being viewed as the gift to technology today. And why I like that quote is it is very hard to separate great research and tech, or in this case, innovation, for three reasons. The first is, long before you can sit down and apply tech, whether your tech is in chemistry, farming, coding, name it, there is really important to understand a good problem. And we always talk about good solutions, but I think we should really emphasize on good problems, because a good problems, we can define that in very many ways, including it has to be contextual and whatnot. But really spending time and teaching and mentoring on, or even ourselves as researchers, getting good problems is the fundamental grounding of research. And without a good problem, then eventually you can't have a good solution or good innovation. And then the second part of that is, again, long before we touch the technological equipments we're going to use to innovate, is how do we understand how to design the solution? And design here can be anything from design thinking, as we call it in computer science, to to field work, to really getting to a place where we sit down with potential users, we understand how they understand the problem that we have ourselves identified as good, and are we on the same page in terms of really getting and approaching this problem. And so this is long before we even sit down to code, or we sit down to design the innovation. And then there's a third aspect that I really want to really touch on when it comes to research, and I see that a lot as a disconnect, especially say among postgraduate students, for example, in Kenya, or even undergraduate students who are doing research, or even students who want to innovate, is the issue of copywriting or licensing, or basically owning our ideas or making our ideas more legitimate. We tend to remove that conversation and leave it until the innovation is done, or the innovation is there. Then we start talking about licensing and copywriting. But I think this conversation should be had much earlier, in the sense that it helps to really inform, for example, what is copyrightable. Is if you come up with an app, is that copyrightable? There's a lot of gray areas when it comes to that. Or is patenting only when it comes to life sciences, for example? Can you get a patent as a software developer? Perhaps not. Maybe what you should be looking for is copyright. So those discussions must be had at the research stage, not after the innovation has been done. And once those discussions are done, I had getting a good problem, designing and thinking through the solution, talking about copyright licenses and whatever IP property term we use, then it helps innovators make very informed solutions and contribute to very informed tech towards the innovation. And ultimately, it leads to impactful innovation.
Those are very good points. I like your emphasis on identifying a good problem. Sometimes that's where we are quick to find solutions without actually taking a step back and saying, okay, what are the actual problems that we need to focus on? And the issue on innovation is really important, because we, even innovators or early career researchers, tend to forget that there are also easier ways to create innovations and also copyright innovations, especially when it comes to incremental innovation. You look at what already exists, build up on that, and you can patent what has been developed. So, and this is actually an easier way than starting from scratch. And these are so many ways in which awareness needs to be done for early career researchers and early career innovators as well. So thank you so much for those points, Dr. Chao. Dr. Prativa, what are your views on researchers' contribution to successful innovations in industry?
Thank you very much for the question. It's something that has really changed my career path and how I started looking at my career. I will tell you about my first-hand experience. I think this question came in my mind really, and I started delving into it when I was in a grad school, Northwestern University in the US, where I was working with a professor who developed this drug called Lyrica for fibromyalgia. And I saw that research was done 20 years ago, and the patent was held for, by him for 20 years without seeing exactly what was going to happen to his research. And 20 years later, you see this drug coming out in public, and then a lot of people benefiting from it. And then it's really started this thought of how research has an impact in real life. And then also, when I was working with my advisor, we were doing similar research on how we can store hydrogen in porous materials, to use as hydrofuels. And then he also started a startup around that. And then, it really kicked in my mind. And by the time I was third year, someone who thought would be a tenure track professor after she graduates started thinking about how I can find a linkage between science and research, research, and also industry. Then I took a management course at Kellogg School of Management. It really opened my mind, and then I saw, then I started seeing the linkages, which means it goes back to your former question also, where if you look at LCDs, the countries who are in the forefront and who were LCDs before, for example, South Korea or even China, who was, a lot of people were in poverty, and then you see a lot of these countries, they came out of that LCD status to developed country status because of science and technology, because of research. And then I saw, me coming from Nepal, how can I go back and contribute? I think as a researcher, the best way for me was to do science, do research. And then that's what I've been doing here. And we saw in COVID that if we do not build that strong research base, and if we're not ready to adopt new technology, then a lot of developing countries were at the mercy of developed countries waiting for the leftover vaccines, and that was a painful realization that we need to be ready as developing countries also, really forming the base where we can implement research. We're not even looking at the research output at this level. We're looking at mindset level change on how research should be done ethically and how we should be building infrastructure, and not just the physical infrastructure, but also the let's say the human infrastructure to be able to adopt that kind of research. So I see that kind of correlation. And I guess we also talked about copyright. And so part of that, after coming back to Nepal, I also realized as a researcher, you can't just, in a developing country with limited resources, space and equipments, you can't wear just a hat of a researcher. You have to wear a hat of a policy advocate, hat of an entrepreneur sometimes, if you want to, hat as a researcher, hat as a mentor. But then I also wear a hat as this person who teaches how to write patents, how to, in countries like Nepal, how to sort of bring those patents to market, and so things like that. So it's been a journey where I am taking this interdisciplinary approach to research and bringing that research in the form of innovation in the market. And that's something that I did as a researcher in semiconductor industry, as a medicinal chemistry. So really what I'm trying to say is, we all know that research is not something that you have to be limited with what you studied, but also this approach or the process where you learn new things, innovate, move on, and bring it to market. And it has an economic baseline or economic bottom line for the country as well. And we can see that more in fourth industrial revolution, where a lot of things are not like, physical. Like before it was manufacturing, electrical, then electronics. Now it is more of like artificial intelligence in fourth industrial revolution. So everything is attached to technology, everything is based on research, and then when we bring it to market, it has a huge economic benefit for the country and for the world, especially in this globalized world where everything is connected. And if we can capitalize on that, we can really leapfrog now, not just go in a linear fashion, but then this is an opportunity for developing world to leapfrog and come alongside other developing countries. So that's how I see it. Thanks.
Fantastic. And all the comments you've made, Dr. Chao and Dr. Pandey, has a very strong connection with the next question I'm going to ask, because you're talking about copyright, you're talking about setting up infrastructural systems, the importance of working at interdisciplinary, from working in an interdisciplinary perspective in order to make your research into use, because that's what you're looking at, turning research into use. And that means you have to work with industry, look at it from different multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary areas, so that it can be relevant to the end users. And this leads to the question I'm going to ask you, Dr. Atia, and they mentioned it in passing. The two previous speakers talked about it in passing, and this is in regards to policy. What are the policy changes required to take science to society?
Yes, thank you, Joy. This is really a very important topic, because a policy decision can actually lay the foundation of a sustainable future. And looking at the lessons that the pandemic has taught us, I would say that the most important policy decision a government should take is to help startups to get entrepreneurships on the road. For a career in science, there are so many PhD graduates now coming out, and we have so few jobs that are of a permanent nature. It's all filled up. All the vacancies are filled up. So where do these young kids who are completing their PhD go? So it's very important that they are encouraged to take this commercial route. To the policy should have something for giving you a startup, to encourage people, giving them subsidies so that you can become an entrepreneur. And there has to be an economic route that a science student can get. The regular jobs of a scientist, of a teacher, of a professor, there are very few opportunities left. So it's extremely important that any government for a developing country focuses on entrepreneurships. There are so many different ways that a science graduate or a PhD scholar can come into the commercial field and make a living for themselves. So I would say that is the topmost priority.
Okay, and that is really true because until, let's say, about 10 years ago, entrepreneurship was never aligned to research or science. And it was, yes, we are applying, we are working on research into use, but then we did not have the commercial, except in select areas in research, there was no commercial angle to it. And I like the way you're saying we need to look at it. We need to look at the commercial angle to research as well. And what Dr. Chao is doing and what Dr. Pandey is doing are clear examples of them putting their research into use and also looking at some commercial elements to it. And that is very important because we need to change the narrative that there is no money in research, because that has been the narrative. There is no money in research. The issue is we need to make research into use. And in the process,
Right.
the process of making, yes, that's true. And putting the process of research into use is understanding copyrights, understanding innovation processes, understanding incremental innovation and what policies exist to support the ecosystem, and also being brave enough to get involved with industry, because that has always been a hindrance for most researchers, being cautious about how to get into industry. And this leads to the next question, because when you look at OWSD, it's empowering women. And I have a question for you, Professor Babalola. What is the link with research and women empowerment? Because all we're talking about is empowering these researchers. So how do we empower? What is this link that you see that research has with women empowerment?
Yeah, thank you. When we do research, the first thing that should be in mind is a research that we have national interest, research that has something to give back to the community, because the research has to be relevant. So as us, we every now and then are engaged.
Professor Babalola? Professor Babalola? It seems like her network has frozen. Would any of you want to take up on that? Dr. Atia, or even Chao, what do you see is the relation between research and women empowerment? Dr. Chao?
See, okay.
Oh, Dr. Atia. Dr. Atia,
no,
yes,
no, let Dr. Chao go. I already said something. So
okay, yes.
No, I'm actually still thinking. So, Atia, I think you can go ahead.
Can I?
Not a problem. Not a problem. So, Dr.
Can I
Atia?
add to that?
yeah. So women.
Or even, and then Dr. Pandey, you can contribute. Yes, Dr. Atia?
So research and women empowerment actually, it's not just about research, but it's about education. you know.
Absolutely.
So we are talking about science because we all belong to the scientific forum, but
Yes.
education is every human being's birthright. And if you're educated, it's just not about what you learn in the textbooks, you know. It's just not about only the subjects that they teach you. But when you go to a school, when you go to a college, life teaches you so many other things. It teaches you how to interact with others, how to share, how to live in a community. So all these things, you know, can add to your experience and help you to set up what should I say, an earning source for yourself. And research gives you an extra edge. So suppose if women want to go into, say, an entrepreneurships, so the the thing is, we are also culturally similar in all the developing countries. I have seen in my experience at OWSD that our challenges are all the same, you know. We are all linked so much into our families. We need to manage our families, as well as we want to follow our dream. We want to, you know, make use of our education. So research gives you an opportunity to balance both, you know. So if you are able to start an entrepreneurship of your own, you're able to develop a kind of a support group, you're able to manage your time or schedule your work accordingly, and basically not compromise on family, and also not compromise on your dreams. So an education, and these are the tools, you know. I would say that education, your scientific training, your research, these are the tools that you use to make a good life of balancing both worlds. Because all women, you know, no woman would actually want to neglect her family over her work. So you would not find anybody doing that. They are always more invested in their children, in their homes and everything. So they need these tools that an education can provide to help make that quick balance.
That is very good. We are talking about engendering the process when it comes to research. We're also looking at opportunities for women that are available in the research process, and also even the supporting sectors. So, Professor Babalola, this is connected to you. So we are still talking about empowering women in research, and looking at the fact that you have been the vice president for the last 5 years for OWSD for Africa, and you're re-elected for another 5 years. How do you think OWSD is relevant in linking research and development? And how are OWSD activities and fellowships making the links between research and development in connection with women empowerment? And also, Pandey, Dr. Prativa, because you're also an OWSD fellow, it would be nice to hear your views on this as well. Professor Babalola?
Thank you. OWS
Okay.
is pushing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please continue. Please continue. Okay, Dr. Pandey, could you share with us your views as an OWSD Early Career Fellow, how we are able to link research and women empowerment? In this case, I'm looking at engendering the research process and opportunities that are provided for women.
Right. You put it really well when you said in gendering the process. And Dr. Atya also was talking about, it's not just about research that's empowering women, it's about the process. And I think that's what I have been seeing as a OWSD fellow as well. 1 hour back, when Dr. Bina Agarwal was talking, I actually wrote it because it really hit me. She was saying one of the questions was unwillingness. Is it unwillingness of women to do something? Let's say become a farmer or something. And then she said, is it about unwillingness, or is it about the constraints that we should be focusing on? And I think when we talk about research or any other field that women are try to enter, especially in the workforce, it's about the how do we create that environment that is that has gendered lens incorporated in it. As a OWSD early career fellow, what am I doing is I'm doing the exact same thing. At a research level, seemingly I am doing value addition of citrus fruits to create these products. But then when you look at the process, it's really involving who do I choose as researchers. Am I choosing both men and women, undergraduates and graduate students to train? What kind of research ecosystem we have in our, or research culture we have in our institute itself. It starts from home, right? So since I became OWSD Research Fellow, and through various workshops and trainings, I've started looking at it from gendered lens. And then we have changed the HR policy, which is more conducive to having women come to work and then do more research, whether it be bigger issues like maternal leave. I have a 1-month-old, and then I have that ecosystem at home, as well as work that has let me work even during this, even when I am in a maternal leave, so that, or is it women who come to work and there is no dustbin in the bathroom, as simple as that, and then they do not know where to throw their sanitary pads, and they were putting it in their bag and taking it home. It's painful. But then I'm saying this also because when we put women in decision making positions and leadership positions, which I was put after I became OWSD fellow, I had more leverage to, sort of make decisions, and also got promotion and work directly with the government, even at the policy level, through which I could really bring the voices of women forward. For example, as one of the coordinators, working directly with Minister of Science and Technology, was chaired by Minister of Science and Technology. I was able to be one of the 7 members who helped form implementation plan for science, technology and innovation policy document in Nepal. And when I looked through that whole book, it's right here behind me, I didn't see this one word, women. It was missing completely. And then in the implementation plan, as a woman, only woman coordinator, I was able to somehow incorporate gendered lens and inclusivity in that, So that's when we say we need more women in the decision making and leadership positions, not just in research, but also in other fields. This is where it come from, because we can really empathize with women's problem. And with economic, with empowerment, there is this economic empowerment as well as decision-making empowerment, where you gain formal and informal authority when you have bigger network, and especially when you are in field like research, which is considered as something women probably are not good at. And when you're doing it, then there is this extra emphasis on, oh, this woman is special. And then, they give you more sort of opportunities and credibility as a researcher. And that really helped me coming back to Nepal, and then form alliance with the government, private sector as a woman researcher, and then really be able to change things in decision-making level, as well as in entrepreneurial sphere as well. But there are definitely various challenges as a researcher, but there are also opportunities. And even when I'm working with farmers, I really make sure that I work with women cooperative, farmer cooperatives as well, and then things like that. So it's not just research empowers women, it's just also empowered women. Maybe it's easier for them to go into research, and then they empower other women in the process. So it's really a vicious cycle, which is a virtuous loop going in a positive direction. That's how I see it. And I'm proud to say that I have been mentoring a lot of women in the process to do the same. And OWSD fellowship is something that has really accelerated this process for me. Just coming back from a developed country with a PhD doesn't really give you that space after coming back to Nepal, because you're almost seen as a threat sometimes in countries like Nepal, which is in a developing it's a developing world, as well as it's a male centric world, so having this OWSD fellowship, which is an international renowned fellowship, really helped me accelerate my career as well as make meaningful impact, even in small ways.
In essence, what you're saying, you need to be the influence of change. If you're looking at engendering research and also empowering women, we need to be the influence of change. And small things happen. Small things matter. That's what I'm trying to say. Whether you're in the field and you came in with your toddler, as you just mentioned that you have a 1-month-old. I have a toddler who is screaming in the background, and you still have to make it work. Or whether you're a nurturer, you could be nurturing your parent, you'd be a nurturer, you could be an auntie, or you're taking care of your elders. That whole process is what most women go through. And if they're not given opportunities to move forward in their research career, they feel like they're going to take a few steps back. So you're influencing change in small spaces and also expanding it also at policy level. And this is really important. And it also it goes in line with what OWSD is all about. Not only is it a program that is open to all ages, but it is very cognizant of the dynamics that most women have. Either they had to stop because they had to have a family, or they had to stop because they had to take care of their elders, or they were nurturing some members of their family, some elders in their family. And as a result, their research career took a step back. So that experience, the fact that there is a platform to help them continue with their research career, this is also a form of empowerment. That is why I kept on saying, when we are having this conversation, we need to think of it from the engendering process and also the opportunities that are available. And by influencing change, you're creating opportunities for women. And also, it also it goes in line with what Professor Babalola was trying to share with us, and she put it in the chat, and I'll read it out. She says, part of the empowerment she's been doing and in regards to the OWSD activities in regards to women empowerment and basically engendering women in research, and also highlighting the opportunities that exist, is by hosting science literacy awareness in the host institution countries that OWSD national chapters exist. Also empower women and girls in school on matters relating to STEM. And she's been doing this since 1997 in Africa. So you see, it is not an easy process. It's an ongoing process. And you're right, Dr. Pandey, the ripple effect, once you're able to support one woman, they're able to support more women. So the ripple effect can be felt. And
I actually wanted to quickly add about OWSD funding. What is really unique about this funding, which I haven't seen in many other funding, is that it not just funds your research, but it doesn't fund your salary. But what it funds really is, if I have a kid and if I need to go to a field or somewhere else, it funds the caretaker's salary. It seems very simple, but then it really helps women go out there. Yeah. And then I have taken my nanny and baby to the field. I have two kids, and then when the older one was younger, I have taken my kid to the field with nanny, and it gives a huge sort of help. It's a huge help for me because my husband is also working, and then I don't need to really worry about the kid, and she's with me while I'm doing my work. That's one thing. And then like Dr. Babalola was saying, another thing I think we all could do as researcher or women in science is really sensitizing young girls early on to go into sciences, because research has shown that a lot of girls drop around secondary level of schooling, where they develop this sort of like think that they are not good in science and mathematics, and then if we can sensitize right at that age and then show ourselves as an example, then it really, I have been seeing that it really helps them to go into sciences. So that's another thing.
Fantastic.
And that's another thing that OWSD has funded for me.
I really appreciate this, and I love the passion in what you're sharing with us. And it's very clear, all that the speakers are emphasizing on is we need to look at research into use. That is very important. Number two, we need to look at mentorship. We shouldn't just leave it at, we should look at mentorship and support the researchers we are working with, like the case of what Dr. Chao Mbogo is working on. And at the same time, we need to look at research from a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary perspective. Policy, we need to be able to influence some of the policy, and we should be cognizant of how it influences policy as well. And at the end of the day, what we are looking at is how are we able to engender the research process, even though we are looking at how does research at the end of the day, when we are looking at how does research, how is it applied in our daily lives, we need to ask ourselves, what are the policy implications of that? What kind of influence are we making into policy for the kind of work we're doing? But also, most importantly, are we working with industry? Are we ready to start working with industry? Are we able to start creating those innovations or build up on the existing innovations? Are we familiar with copyright? With the copyright laws? And this is extremely important if you're looking at the research life cycle. If you're looking at the research life cycle of a researcher, and that is extremely important, because at the end of the day, when you're engendering the research process, if you are looking at research into use, all these aspects that we've talked about are very important in making sure that you have empowered women in research. They are familiar with the entire research life cycle. They are not afraid to work in industry, and they should be looking forward to turning some of their research ideas into innovations and into commercialization. I thank you so much, ladies. This was an exciting panel, and we are going to have Dr. Tonya Blowers, who is going to give us the closing remarks. I really, really thank you for contributing to today's panel.
Oh, thank you, everybody. That was just fantastic. I was really enjoying listening to you all. And as Joy said, such passionate and really compelling contributions, really fantastic. Thank you so much for the time and the thought that you've given to your answers. It's been really, really fantastic. And I'm sure this video will get played again and again, and we'll use it at OWSD as often as we can. Thank you so much. And Joy, I wonder if you might be able to just stay up here with me, because I'm going to talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
And we're both up there tomorrow, aren't we? So first of all, just to say then that related to this session, which was Applied Sciences and Development, there will be the poster session follow-up to this session on Tuesday afternoon, starting at 2:00 European time. And I hope that you're managing to visit the posters in the meantime. They are really wonderful and very easy to look at, and you can listen to people's videos as well. There will be, on Monday, there will be the Basic Sciences for Development poster session. So you can also go and visit people there and talk to them. I'm sure they really appreciate you coming by, and you can chat live with them. But you can also connect with people in between. There is a way of commenting that we have just set up, and I'm wondering if perhaps Erin can write that in the chat so I can tell you how to do that. So Erin has also done an amazing job in the background, setting up in the different booths all these different things available for you. I hope you've managed to go there. There's a recipe book with hundreds of recipes in it from all over the world that people have contributed. There's a photo booth with photos of OWSD members over the years and the OWSD conferences. There's the wonderful Lydia Makubu Memorial booth that you can add things to. You can also go and visit our fellowships team and get and ask them questions about how do you apply for the fellowship or anything else that you want to know about OWSD. And you may bump into their avatars as you go into the poster sessions as they're trying to direct you in the right direction, because lots of people are getting lost. But please persevere, maybe practice over the weekend. And Erin has already put down here and said that if you go to the lounge, sorry, I'm just going to scroll up here. If you go to the lounge, there is now a message board where you can just post any comments that you might have or any questions that you might have. We'd love to get your feedback if you particularly enjoyed somebody's presentation, and I do think there have been some exceptional contributions, then please let people know. It's great for confidence. Many people are giving presentations perhaps for the first time and to a very big audience. So it's great if you can tell them that you enjoyed what they said and their contribution. So, Joy, tomorrow we have this wonderful day, which is the theme of increasing your visibility and impact as a scientist. And this has been built as two kind of workshop sessions. The first is about podcasting, which I'm going to ask Joy just to tell us a little bit about, and then I'll tell you about the second one, which is about filmmaking. Joy.
Okay, so thank you so much, Tonya. So tomorrow we will give an introduction to how you can use podcasting in storytelling, particularly as researchers. You need to learn to be in control of your narrative and also share your story. So this is what is exciting about this is that we are going to take you through the process of podcasting, but also demystifying it, because most people think of podcasting and they freeze. But I always tell them, if you've listened to radio interviews, you've taken part in radio interviews, it's the same thing, but in the comfort of your home. So we are going to take you through how podcasting can be instrumental in telling your stories. And I'm really excited to co-host this workshop with BBC Top 100, Miss Adele Onyango. And she just recently came back from Paris, where she interviewed President Macron, and she is an acclaimed journalist and also podcaster. So, and she's also all the podcasts and the focus of her work is actually on women empowerment. So this is one of the reasons why I felt should be such an added value to tomorrow's session. But it's not only about podcasting, but it's also understanding why we are telling you to talk about your research to non-scientists and the metrics that exist to help measure that output, because now funders are looking at that. And also, it's also a very good way to share the work that you share your work with your community. Thank you, Tonya.
Thanks, Joy. So that's basically, how to do sound bites, isn't it, Joy? So
absolutely. How to talk in sound bites, understanding key messaging, because now the basics of key messaging will come in, because you should be able to pass a message in 10 seconds. And that is so much time in podcasting time or radio time. So we will be talking about that.
And that feeds back into so much else about research, like when you have to pitch your research very quickly at a conference, when you have to write, the keywords for your research, when you have to write a couple of sentences at the beginning of an article. So it's not just about, how can I create a podcast? It's just giving you very, very clear guidelines for how to kind of filter out the most essential components of your research and say them, and also say them in a very clear way, I imagine.
Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, just looking at today's session on researchers working with industry, researchers need to learn to have that elevator speech. So it means getting rid of the fluff and having the right words. So podcasting is also a very good exercise in that, because you have to, as you say, talk in sound bites. You have to talk in 10 seconds of what is relevant. So this is also a nice stepping stone to teaching researchers on how they can also make their elevator speech. So by being concise and clear.
And we're hoping very much that Joy and her team will be able to roll out some training on this next year with OWSD. And we will add this, what we would like to call maybe OWSD audios, to a wonderful project that we have started over the last couple of years. It's called OWSD-Visions. And this is a kind of make your own film project. So whereas Joy and her team are looking at how to record your voice, this is about how to make your own film. And this actually began because with COVID, we have a filmmaker we work very closely with here, who's based in Trieste, Nicole Leguiza. She's made many films of our scientists. You can find them all on our website. They've been extremely popular. I think the woman from CEDA who funds us especially referred to the films in her presentation, saying, that the visibility of Earth has really, improved so much since we have films. And every researcher that has a film made about them knows that the impact is massive. But so what we felt with COVID was, it was no longer possible to travel and visit and make films in other countries. But then we said, well, but why don't people make the films themselves where they are? And so Nicole has set up a very, very careful step-by-step guide to how you can make a film, even just using your mobile phone. But it's not simply just about how to make a film. It's also, and relating back to what Joy was saying in the first session, what is a story and how do you identify? You have to choose the protagonist of your film. Then you have to tell the story about the protagonist and what are you going to highlight? Where are you going to start? And then what is visually attractive in a film? What is visual about science? And that, I think, also to wrap this kind of conversation up in terms of basic and applied science is very interesting, because basic science traditionally is harder to film, for example, than applied science. Basic science, mathematical equations, or, Boson-Higgs, the Large Hadron Collider, what can you show there? An experiment, a lab. But there are still other ways to do it, and there are some techniques to get around it. And sometimes it's about showing the impact in the classroom, as we've talked about today. So I'm really, really excited. I will also be participating in that panel tomorrow. So really looking forward to all of you turning up there. So that's again at 2 o'clock European time tomorrow afternoon. And then that will be the last of 5 wonderful days before we head off into the next week.
All right.
Thank you, Joy, for fantastic moderation. You did such a wonderful job.
Thank
really.
you so much, Tanya, for the opportunity. They were such amazing panelists. So the conversation was really nice. Thank you, and do have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.